Hi Gold, welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, they're really nice, aren't they? I'm hoping I'll be able to do this some sort of justice. We'll see. Hello, hello, background. Welcome in. Alright, let's see here. I want to start with... I should start with a rough pencil for now. Where was this? Losing all my tools. Is that better? No. Where's my main where is this? I have a nice pencil that I like. And I've lost it because there's way too many options. Is it here? No, that's the ink. I need to put these in the same section so I don't lose them. Sketch, fast, rough, darker. Is this it? No. Where? I lost this last time too. Where did this go? Where did my brush go? Rain Hero, hello, welcome in, welcome in. There it is. Alright. I need to remember that it's in the cream pencil folder. Is this it? There we go. That feels a lot nicer. I started using this this brush recently and it's such a good pencil brush. Oh my gosh. It's not even funny, it's so good. I'm gonna try to rough this out as if I was like doing it from scratch, basically. So, let's see here. I'm trying to contrast and compare with the sizes as well, because I want to try to make this as close as I can. And then if I'm smart, I'll be able to actually turn this into like a short or speed paint or something. I don't know. But we're just chilling. We're just having a good time. It was mainly gonna be like a low talking type of stream, but I'm here if you need me, or if you want to use me as a radio, then that is a-okay too. And I can also turn off the mic if you don't— oh! It would help if we didn't work on the same layer. There we go. Let's see here. Alright, now we're gonna have this hat. I'm gonna try to not be like super perfect with the line art, because I just want to get the idea down, and what I've realized is that these artists are not being super perfect with the line art either. They're very good at just getting the idea down. And I don't think, you know, it's not necessarily a matter of making it like a 100% perfect one-to-one, but it's just a matter of like sort of employing the same techniques, you know? I tend to like trying to do a one-to-one, but doesn't mean that we always have to. Hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. Let's see. Get the general shape of the hair. I don't normally stream at night, so I don't know, maybe I can find like a different audience at night, who knows? But I feel like doing this, you know, maybe I'll move this over so you guys can see it a little better. I feel like just doing this like once or twice a week would be a really good way for me to keep the practice, you know, keep the practice in. I'm just getting the general shape of her hair here. I think some of these are some loose strokes. So again, you know, not everything is a one-to-one, but that's okay. I'm trying to think of see how they did this. In terms of how far everything is going. Is sort of here. Alright. I can kind of brush these in. These look very, very brushy. These don't look like they're drawn much at all. This needs to, I'm comparing and contrasting as I work, as I look here. So this needs to be much shorter, much slimmer, much more dainty, feminine. There we go. I'm lurking out to those watch hours. Thank you, Vesta. I appreciate it. Thank you. And yeah, for these, lurking is totally fine. You don't need to be on mod duty at all. Feel free to just lurk and chill. Maybe get rid of some of all these marks here. I guess this is not normally how I would draw. I said I was gonna try to make this like how I would normally draw, but I am sort of trying to place where things are that only the artist who's already done the piece would know about, so it's not as accurate as it should be. That's alright, we're trying this. We're gonna get better as we go. I don't normally get to do a lot of master studies, so I just wanted to practice. Also, I think I'm drawing way too small. This is supposed to be a one-to-one in the shape, so hang on. This whole head needs to be larger. Whole thing. Curry, hello, thank you very much for following, I appreciate it. Hello on the Twitch side. Hey, I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I appreciate it. We're almost at 500 there. That's exciting. So thank you. I hope you're having a good evening. I'm just gonna sort of liquefy this down a little bit, make it a little bit easier to work with. There we go. And she's got a little bit of her lace here too, so I'm just gonna sort of block in where the shape is, because I think a lot of this is gonna be drawn and painted in. And then here we go. Hair's gonna go down to about here. And that arm is going to be very, very painted. Anything that's like really, really painted is going to be, I'll just sort of base in the block shape. No way I'm not the 500th one. I think we still got a ways to go, but that's okay. I'm not sure actually what we're at. Almost there. Almost there. I think we'll be able to get it this year. I took a big long hiatus last year. But I've been back to streaming since November. And I think that we are moving things along. I think I just really need to make more evergreen content and get my name out there easier. I don't make enough evergreen content. That's why one of the reasons I'm doing these is really easy to turn this into a short, right? I've got the recording process going, so I'll be able to very quickly turn this into a short and just sort of talk about the process a little. I think it'll be nice. I'm trying to figure out like good evergreen, low stress YouTube content. There we go. Alright, I'm gonna focus a little bit more on the face because I think we've done a good job kind of basing out the outfit. And work a little bit on the hat. Yeah, the hat and the face. I want to still make sure that I'm generally following these guidelines. A little bit of a box. Always use box shape. Boxes artist friends. Let's see. This face could be like way thinner. This is a really good way to do practice for contrast and comparison. I think the more that we do these studies, the better off we'll be. Doing my best to try to not be super perfect with the line art, because I know that the line art ends up taking me longer than every other part of the process. So I'm trying to just do just what I need to, but it's hard. I always end up obsessing over line art. Definitely more of a curvature here. Actually curves a lot more than I thought. It's smaller than you'd think. I'm also going to leave the pencil a little bit loose so that if I paint over it, then it'll be okay. one thing I've realized recently is that I actually really like inking with a pencil. Because I can make some parts thick like a pen, and other parts can remain very thin and dainty, and it adds a lot of really nice natural variety. I also did something recently where I changed the brush size. It used to be a circle and now it's this point. I feel like everything is so much more precise now when I work like that. It's strange how that actually makes any difference, but it does, believe it or not. Alright, you can erase the guidelines because I was using that to make sure that everything was lined up properly. And like I said, I don't want to spend too much time on the line art, but I want to make sure that I'm getting the direction, you know. Hello, hello, newbie! Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Not bad considering that we just started, so. Hello, Dual Thrones. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope that you both are having a good evening. I'm just enjoying this sort of like quiet study session vibe. You know, that's the other thing. If I get suggestions or if I'm working on a piece or something and I have the piece in the Discord, you know, feel free to do a study as well if you'd like. That's actually something that I should... I just thought of that now. That's actually something that we could promote. Like, feel free to follow along and do studies if you wanted to. Pleased to be here. Wish I was having a good evening, but things are as they are. Alright, fair enough, fair enough. I hope if things aren't, like, as good as they could be, then I hope that they get better than they are. Just gonna work on projects while you work on second monitor? Alright, sounds good. You know, you were funnest when you were mid-energy. Really? I'm surprised to hear that. Mid-energy as opposed to stargazers causing chaos? I like these chill sessions. I think they're nice. And I get work done, I feel productive. I want to try to make this into like a semi-regular habit. I want to try to do like I want to start doing these like at least twice a week. Start with twice a week, see how it goes. But this is a really great way for me to get practice in, especially if I am doing a lot of commissions and I feel like I'm not actually getting enough study in. This forces me to study. Because that's the thing when you do art, right? You're never, you never finish studying. You're never done with improvement. So I feel like this is a really great way for me to improve things. He said I was sorry. You're fine, Fessa, you're fine. Yeah, not low energy, just when you have soft music and are sort of turned down to just having fun time, speaking quietly, you seem happy. Glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. Yeah, I don't, you know, I don't normally get to do this kind of thing, so I kind of want to try to see if I can turn it into a regular thing. Plus, hey, you know, because I normally stream at, like, such a weird time, this is a good test to see if my streaming times matter or not. A good test to see if this affects anything, because I know most people stream it around this time. And maybe it doesn't, and that's okay. But it's a good way to test without actually having to put in much effort into the test. I feel like I can kind of have my Ina moment. You know, Ina from Hololive. I can kind of, like, have my chill art sessions this way that I don't normally get to do. Like, Raura has her art session, but she's always kind of, like, a little bit crazy still. A little chaotic, and she is, she has a community that's just as chaotic. But Ina is always sort of known as, like, very calm, collected, quiet. Ironically, being an eldritch horror, but hey. Maybe I can kind of have my Ina stream moments this way. Just Lido, hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. The one on the left is not mine. The one on the left is official Arknights work. But I want to see how close we can get today to doing something fairly similar. Alright, what did I misplace? Something's not correct. I think the eyes need to go down a little. Just a little bit here. There we go. Is that better? Yeah. Yep. Definitely needs to go down. I think the eyes need to go down. This part needs to go down a little bit. There we go. That's better. And then I think the mouth needs to have a little bit of a slyer smile. There we are. Yeah, but it's quite identical already. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. These are really, this is a good way for me to practice. So thank you. Astrofel, hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. How's everything going? I hope you're doing well. It is lovely to see you. Yeah, you know, there's a part of me that actually really does like this wind down, quiet art session. I feel like I don't really need to go crazy with, like, art redeems or anything. I can just sort of, like, chill with you guys. This is actually a little bit more on brand for me. Just sort of having, nice quiet atelier. Being able to just vibe. And I think, like, unlike my regular stream time, I feel like I don't have to be super chatty. Like, I can be, but I don't feel like a pressure to be a chatty streamer. So it's a good mix of things, I think. It's good to have both. I think both have their validity. It's too chill, I'm almost falling asleep though, oh no. Well, it's a little bit of a wind down, so I apologize. Astra says, I'm doing actually a lot better than I have been. Hope you've been doing good. I'm glad to hear that you're doing better than you have been. It sounds like things are sort of, getting better, picking up. I'm glad to hear that. That's good. That's good. Where, is this still lined up? I think I made her face a little too wide still. Maybe it just needs to be in just a tiny bit, yeah. I drew it way, way, way too wide in the beginning. It just needs to be in just a little bit, make the face, slightly more, yeah. That weirdly makes a huge difference. You see that? Like, her face is too wide here, and then if I just go in just a little bit, it helps a lot. Who is it? It's a character from Arknights. It's 2 AM for me, no wonders. Oh my gosh. Well, I normally stream at like 2 o'clock Eastern Standard. Will that be 11 o'clock PST? So I normally do not stream this late. This is not this is not typical for me. So if you're ever interested in catching, like, other art streams or gaming or other stuff, there are other options. Yes, I'm a fox of many variety. It's funny. I never thought that I'd be a variety streamer because I always heard how it was, like, pretty impossible to grow variety, but variety's probably the best thing I've done. Used to just be all art all the time, but variety's been a great thing for me. So I feel like because I have variety, because I have an outlet where I can be, like, you know, wild streamer with chaotic chat and everything, then, like, when I have these wind down sessions, it feels like a really great balance of things. Things got a bit dark for a while. Some good things have been happening, going back to school, and finally got my hair cut. Enough you could make a cat with it. Oh my gosh, Astra. I'm glad to hear that things are getting better, though. I'm sorry that things were dark for a bit, but I'm glad to hear that they are turning up. That's always good. It's very good to hear from you. Variety Fox, a wide rainbow of things. You could even say prismatic. Hey, there you go. Man, I want to keep flipping the canvas so badly, but I'm trying not to because I'm also recording. I'm trying not to flip the canvas. It's actually a good exercise to see if I can get away with not flipping the canvas, but it's hard. I can flip the canvas. That just means I have to edit it afterwards, and I'm too lazy. Too lazy to do that. Although I might have to. You know, the funny thing is, as long as you get the face right, then the rest can be a little bit more off and not as accurate. It's like, as long as the face is correct, the rest doesn't have to be. It's kind of something funny with this. Rainier says, variety can be a bit harder to grow in because you're not focused on a specific community or demographic, but allows you a lot more flexibility in what you do on stream as opposed to non-variety. Yeah, true. For sure. I like, before I was doing IRIAM and games and everything, I was only doing art. So everything that I did on stream, if I wanted to, like, try to make things more entertaining, make things more, like, fun and energetic, I had to do that through art. I had to find ways to, like, make art more of a show, right? And that burned me out hard. That was not a good idea. It probably works for other people. In the long run, it did not end up working for me because it led to physical problem. It led to carpal, which was not a good thing. So now I'm channeling the wild stuff into, like, IRIAM and games and things, and then art can go back to just being chill and fun. Chill and relaxing. I do agree that it is definitely harder to grow variety, but mentally, best decision I could have made. Yeah, I'd rather have slower growth and not deal with carpal. Carpal is definitely scary. That's also one of the... I say this all the time. There's gonna be, like... You know how every streamer has, like, their repeat story that the chat has heard a million times? This is gonna be my repeat story. Is that I started doing the gaming and the IRIAM chatting because of carpal. And I wanted to have something that was not, how'd the hair get so off kilter? I wanted to have something that, I could use as a backup just in case. Didn't want to have to rely on art for everything that I'm good for. Yeah, that's gonna be my annoying repeat story, I think. Every streamer, every content creator has one. It's a thing that their community's heard a million times to the point the community can repeat it. That they do. I think it's okay to have, like, one or two, you know? Because, like, you're always gonna have new people. You're always gonna have people coming in who don't know who you are, who are in here for the first time. So it's like, yeah, your audience has definitely heard it a million times, but the new person hasn't, so. Your repeat story. I think I'm just really glad that I ended up sticking with streaming, because I was on a very long hiatus. I just did not have any motivation or energy to stream, because every time I was doing something art related, I always had to keep coming up with more stuff. And if I was doing commission work, I was having a hard time doing it on stream. And if I was doing commission work that was NDA, I couldn't stream it. So it was like, if it's all I had, I ended up feeling really stuck. You got carpal when you overwrote poetry one week. Oh jeez, Astra, that's not good. The burden of streaming, yeah. Glad you did 2-star, you're an amazing streamer. And you do whatever you want to do, I'm here for you after all. Astra, thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. And I'm really glad to hear that you're doing well too. That makes me very happy. Yeah. I left you guys in the dark for so long. I mean, I didn't leave you in the dark, right? I tried to do my best to at least, like, be alive on Discord. A little bit. Discord was the only place that I could still be like, hey, I'm not dead. I promise I'm not dead. But I'm super grateful that you guys stuck with me on the Discord, and then stuck with me when I came back. Discord is very nice, yeah. I hope nothing happens. Knock on wood, I hope nothing happens to Discord. I can't have anything happen, I got too many emotes. Alright. Hot shape is better. I got too many emotes, and I got plans this year to make like 40 more. 40 more emotes or something wild like that. I don't know. How many did I sketch out? I think I sketched out 40. Something stupid. As someone who recently found you, your streams are very cozy, friendly, and fun. Thank you, Rainiero. I'm glad you think so. Wait, this is the first time I've done a cozy art stream. So you can't be talking about the IRIAM ones then. You must be talking about the Twitch ones. Which I also don't know if I would consider those cozy, considering how I sometimes react to those. Alright, what's going on with this bow? I'm getting a little confused as to how it's formed. There's like areas here that don't quite make sense to me. I guess I'll just have to... I guess it's a double bow, and then there's like some... I think this is just stray paint that got caught in the end there. And now, okay, I did something. Something is not... Some proportion is not right. Actually, there's a lot of proportion that's not right. What happened? I should get to the point where I'm getting into the painting. I'm still on the line art. That's not great. Especially because it is a study, and it doesn't have to be, like, super perfect. What happened? This line's up here. This should be a little bit larger, probably. Maybe something like that. Alright. And I think maybe the ear got too big. The ear got too big, yep. Ear got a little too big. Your ear is actually smaller than I thought. Yeah, it's a little bit more accurate. I love her hair and hat. My favorite type of braid. the anime mom braid. How did I get this so off? What happened? I think this is a lot larger or wider or something. That works. What did I do? It's so off. Alright. It's not gonna be a one-to-one. That's alright. See, I don't think that the actual person painting this was paying this much attention to each individual shape. I am because I'm trying to copy it. But I think that when the person themselves is painting, you know, they're just trying to go for good shape language, but they're not trying to make it an exact. Because there was no exact, because there was nothing there. So, something to also keep in mind. Redacted mom braid, yeah, there you go. I was tempted to ask you for that, but a friend got sad about it and said do the double braid instead. Oh my gosh. I do understand the visual appeal of it, but I do think that the double braid suits you. Yeah, it has unfortunately kind of turned into a bit of a trope, sadly. It is very visually nice, though. I will say. It's a very nice look, but yeah. It's definitely a very nice look. Alright. This is probably the nicest line art that I've done, and it's not even clean, and I'm genuinely chalking that up to this pencil brush. I think this pencil brush has the nicest line art. I know that it's not the brush that does the work, it's more so the level of comfort that I have with it. It's adding like a little bit of texture, it's making me not worry. It's not like a solid G pen, it's not making me worried about perfectionism. It's like, I should have just been drawing with a pencil. I should do all my line art with pencil. Because the nice thing about digital is that even if it's a pencil, you can still make it perfectly thick, like as if it's ink. And that's really great. It's beautiful line art, thank you. I want to do all my line art like this from now on because it's so satisfying. Because you know, like if you try to use a perfectly crisp pen, it's like, it's too easy to fuss over. I'm realizing that despite the fact that I'm a huge perfectionist, the style that I enjoy the most is actually the kind that is not perfectionist. And maybe it's one of those things where like you want what you can't have. That could very well be the case. But I really, really love a painterly, rough textured style. And it's not normally what I've done in the past. My work used to be very, very solid, strict, no room for error type of deal, and I kind of hate it. I kind of hate it. When I do work that doesn't look like that, I feel like I'm a lot happier, and I kind of have a weird way of describing it. I always say, like, if I can see my style in it, then I know it's not a good piece. And, you know, hopefully that will go away with time, but, like, when I see that I can tell that I made something, I'm just like, ugh. The fact that I can tell I don't like. So. It's kind of weird to describe, but yeah. And I think all this part is very, very painted. I'll clean this up a little bit just because it's really, really rough around here. A little too rough to paint even. Or maybe I'll just leave it open and then, yeah, I'll just leave it open for now. Alright, let me get to like an actual painted part, shall we? I think we've spent long enough on this section. Alright, how should I do this? So, best way I think we can approach this is probably to add the background in first, and then do the character on top. I don't know how she would have done it, or he. I'm actually not sure who the artist is. But what I'm going to try doing is... Oh man, that's a really textured background. I don't know how they did that. That's a really, really textured brush. I'm gonna do what I can to sort of rough paint it in. Oh. And then my goal is to not use the eyedropper and just sort of do it by eye. So I think I'll sort of base it really fast and then base in the character. And then, yeah. And then sort of refine from there. I really do like how line art came out here, especially if it lets you relax and makes you happy. Yeah, it's nice, thank you. Yeah, I do like this line art for sure. Maybe I've been staring at the art for too long. Is the head a little off-center or am I hallucinating? Off-center. Off-center. Like from the neck? From the piece itself? You could be right. Maybe. Hang on. Like, maybe it needs to go in a little bit more. You could be right. Maybe it needs a little bit of... Well, that at least seems a little bit more accurate. I think the chin needed to go in slightly. I'm not sure what else. Maybe the eye? Maybe the eye is not... Eye needs to be slightly further. You might have been right about that one. I think that might be a little bit better. Looking at the original piece, I think my interpretation of the perspective is a bit wonky. That's fair. That's fine. I think I just made like a few tweaks on the face. And I think that helped. I think that added a little bit more dimension, ever so slightly. Let me do a, one of these here. Nope, that didn't work. Alright, that's fine. Why didn't that work? I'm not sure why that didn't work, but that's okay. Good enough. Yeah, good enough. Good enough. I still have to figure out how that hair goes. I didn't solve this. What did I say? You didn't solve it. I think that's how I hear some artists doing like industry stuff talk. You didn't solve it yet. There's other parts that I might just paint over. Because, you know, in reality, like, if you're doing a master study, you don't, like... In reality, you don't work like this, right? So there's parts I might just paint over. Thank you, Rainiero. That actually means that actually means a ton to me. That really, really means a ton, because this line art is, like, so loose and rough, but it actually makes me really happy. Because my line art is usually so strict and stiff and not fluid at all. So that means a lot. Alright. Best way I could probably do this is just base in the rough color and then refine, I guess. I wish I knew what would be the best brush for this type of style. Because I normally default to, like, opaque watercolor. I don't know what would be better for that. There's so many other tools I could try using. I've got gouaches, I've got watercolors. I'll just try with my tried and true for now and see how it goes. And then, like I said, this might take a little bit of trial and error because my goal is to not use, my goal is to, not use an eyedropper. I don't want to use an eyedropper. Because if I can do this by eye, then it is a much better way to practice. Whereas otherwise you're letting the eyedropper kind of do a lot for you. So it takes me a little longer to find the right color because I'm trying to study the understanding of the color in general, which is also a really good way to practice. So right now I'm just sort of picking out where the skin is. I don't feel the need to be super perfect because I can always paint it where it's a little overlapping. What brush do I have right now? I have an eraser. Okay. I saw a little bit of texture. I'm like, oh, that's nice. What is that? Maybe if I use like an oil pen and then go back and forth with that and the pencil, maybe that would be a good combo. So then I can get a little bit of my texture back, because I really, really want to practice keeping the texture in. In the background, make suggestions for future master studies. Feels bad I can't stop myself. No, it's all good. It's all good. I wrote in there that I can't guarantee that I get to every one. So, like, don't feel bad if it's not picked. But, yeah, even if it's not picked, it might be something that I go through, you know, periodically. I think I wrote all that in there. And the other thing is, this is probably pretty likely. I most likely don't paint the entire thing. This is a tiny, tiny crop of a really large painting. Because I'm trying to do these all within one stream per study, you know? So just putting that little disclaimer out there. Alright, this is definitely more of a peach. Yeah, the more that I can test out the color, the better. This is neat. A little bit darker, a little bit grayer maybe. Not too gray. Combo? The fact that the line art is colored on the other one is also definitely helping them. I'm sure mine won't be. I'm just passionate about the characters and art from my favorite gacha game. You never know. You never know. I still want to open it to people. Might as well throw that in. If you are not in the Discord yet, I have a Discord where you can, right now, I just made a thread where you can submit, like, potential gacha art or existing professional art, commercial art, stuff that I might do future studies of. Let me throw the link in here real quick. And it is a safe for work. It is a safe for work community. It is a safe for work server. But if you're, if you want to know when I go live during other times, when I'm not doing studies, when I'm working, when I'm playing games or working with the crazy stargazers on the IRIAM side, if you're in the US, that is always an option. We'd be happy to have you. Again, it is a safe for work server, but it's a nice time. Slight bit of constant chaos, but a nice time. Alright, what did they do here? It's... You know what's funny? You think that this is a flat color, but it actually has a lot of variation in it, believe it or not. There's a high amount of variation here where it gets a little bit lighter. There's kind of a transition from red to almost peach yellow. It's really hard to tell. Maybe, is it actually getting more yellow as it hits the sun? Because that would be so subtle, but so good. Can't quite tell. I can't tell, like, how much thought was actually put into this, or if I'm just seeing things. It could also just be seeing things. That's also very possible. It feels like there's a lot darker. Or maybe there's a lot lighter? Maybe there's a lot lighter. This is almost pure white, isn't it? This might almost be pure white. Goodness. It looks like 4 stripes in different lights across the face as it blends. It kind of does, doesn't it? Yeah, like 2, 3, 4. It's so subtle that it's really hard to make out. I think I kind of have it. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll add the other colors and see how it behaves in conjunction. Where's this one? This one is much darker. Nope, it's still more orange. Hello, hello, Sierra. Welcome in. Much more orange. Why did I think that was so red? Much more orange. Why did I think that was so red before? There we go. And then there's so much, like, red in the line art itself, too. Maybe we'll see if we can just add that in real quick so we can match it better. That does add a lot. This is not going to be super one-to-one because I realize now that the thickness of the line art is also making a big difference. And I'll also do some overpainting. I think overpainting will help us a lot too. Nope. There we go. No need to fear, I think Zero's here. Hope you're doing well tonight. Hope everything's going well. Sierra, the more I do these studies, the better your commissions are, so... Yeah, that's gonna be an overpaint section, I think. Is it still too red? That is really, really vibrant, isn't it? I feel like this is probably done with an add glow layer. You know what, that's a big problem with a master study, is that because I don't have all the layers of the original, I can't really tell what the base color was. I can only guess, but it's very, very likely that they used layers like add glow and stuff, which is going to add a totally different effect that I can't replicate if I don't know what the base was. It's probably good for the skin for now. It's not perfect, but... Oh, shoot. I can't color pick, I can't color pick, I can't color pick, I can't color pick. Alright. I can't color pick. I need to not do that. I was close. It just needed more mocha. Let's add all this in. I just discovered the sheer power of a Gaussian blur add layer. Oh my gosh. Wait, a Gaussian blur add layer? Why are you doing, like, on top after the fact? Wait, I'm curious about that, because I don't do a Gaussian blur add layer, I use an airbrush add layer. Is it the same thing? Or are you doing it on the whole piece after the fact? That kind of sounds interesting. This whole area is not colored. On highlights, I learned if you paint it, duplicate it, blur it, then set it as an add layer, it gives an exaggerated highlight look, opacity to your taste. It's a new technique I picked up. That sounds really cool. Paint it, duplicate it, blur it, set it as an add layer. I'm trying to think if there's anything I've done with that. So it's just for the highlight itself? So it would be like, hang on. This is not gonna be accurate to this art style, but I'm just curious. So if you were to paint, like, let me not use a skin tone, that would help. Paint a highlight. Duplicate it. Blur it. And then add. Ah, I see. Huh. I don't think I've done something like that before. I think I've always done, just, the layer itself and then like an add glow airbrush on top. That's actually really, really interesting. I don't think I've ever played with that. I feel like that is getting me to a brighter add layer than I've been able to achieve before. I'm gonna keep that in mind. Thank you. Thank you, newbie. I appreciate that. That is really cool. Also, dang, if I was better at lighting theory, then we could do, like, you know, this character in different lighting scenarios. I know that's more of a professional practice that people do. This character in lighting scenarios that I just happen to make up. That is really cool, though. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate that. I will definitely have to keep that one in mind. Alright, how are we doing here? Does this need more? This is probably accurate enough. Maybe a slightly more red? Just a tiny bit? Teeny tiny bit? It's hard for me to 100% match the color because in the finished one, the light is bouncing off in so many different ways. So I really have to kind of guess as I go. This is such a nice piece to study from, though. This is such a nice piece. I just discovered this piece, like, the other day, and I've completely fallen in love with it. I'm gonna have to definitely paint over all of these. I actually probably shouldn't even attempt this part of the hair. Alright, that's like a cool... What is that? Like a cool desaturated purple, maybe? Feels like a purple. Yeah, I think it's a purple. I think it's picking up the, sunlight and desaturating heavily. Yeah, I really wish there was a way for me to watch, like, another more professional person doing a master study of this and then seeing like how they would approach doing it. Seem to be a little bit darker. Because I don't really know the proper way of doing master studies. I just know that I like doing master studies. And when I say proper way, I mean I don't know if there's like a better way to try to follow along how they did it. How the original artist worked. I'm just playing around. I'm just having, this is how an artist has fun. This is how an artist has fun. They don't do their commission work, they instead do study work. And then feel like maybe they're starting to get somewhere, and it's great. This is more blue. Having a hard time matching these highlights. I feel like this is probably a whole separate layer on top. And I just can't figure out where. This seems like it was just like a solid, and then like this is on top. I'm not really sure. There's a little bit of a gray here, I think. And yeah, it's okay if it's not a 1-to-1. That's alright. This is more of a gold. A little bit lighter, a little bit more desaturated. And then this is also open. The more of these I do, the faster it'll get to, because I know this is taking a bit of time to get to our end result, but the more I do these studies, the faster things will be. So I'll sort of understand a rhythm at some point. I think that makes sense, more or less. It's probably all one solid color. Do I have that rake brush? I know I have it somewhere. Where would I have put that? Here? Here. I have the rake brush too. That can be cool, see? Artists are using the rake brush so much these days. Let's see if I have a better one. One that is not super melty. Good enough. Which way is this going? I can't make that strong enough. It's not solid. Wait, do I just need to change the opacity maybe? Nope, opacity's at 100. The what kind of brush? The rake brush. It makes like a rake texture. If you can see that. But, See, it's used here, but I can't make it strong enough to really... This one's too blendy. Maybe they didn't. Maybe it's just manual. It actually does kind of look manual now that I'm seeing it, because it's not used anywhere else. Except in the background. Oh well. Probably standard pen hatching. Yeah, probably. Because there is a brush for that, but it seems like it's being used too strongly. Unless there's just another variant of it that I don't know about. Because I know a lot of people make them, but... That's fine. I'm good with manual. That is a-okay with me. I definitely think this is a separate layer though, instead of like melded in. This is probably white with a lowered opacity if I had to give it a guess. This definitely just seems like a lower opacity white. I just can't use it in the same way. That's alright. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Try to do, yeah, needs a little bit of an add glow and then I'll reduce the opacity. Which is probably what they did, honestly. It looks pretty close to what they did, I think. It's not a one-to-one, but I'm pretty happy with how this is turning out. It is helping a lot with my understanding of color theory, for sure. And again, because they're not trying to copy it, I can tell that they were able to be a lot looser and more painterly and experimental with it. Thank you, background. I appreciate that. Let's get a little bit of that out. There we go. Let's sort of flood in a little bit of a brighter afterglow type of deal. Well, definitely not my fastest, but like I said, the line art is always what takes me the longest, so I do feel like we're speeding up here. But I could learn to work faster in the future for sure. Not bad though, not bad. This is sort of our first time streaming this style. I know I've done like 1 or 2 night art streams before, but this is sort of like a good first in the series. A little bit of an add glow on the edge here and lock it in so it doesn't go too far. A little bit shining through here, shining through the sun a little. And just a tiny bit on against the face. I think that's helpful. You know what, I think there's also probably a texture over the whole thing. I can't quite tell, but there might be a texture layer that's kind of helping everything. I'm gonna add big, large, orange lines. And sort of refine this a little bit. I'll probably paint over that a tiny bit afterwards. What else? I need to refine the hair a little bit still. There needs to be some brighter colors up here, especially where the skin is blending together with it. It is a little too bright. I might have gone a little overboard. I like add glow. It's hard for me to not go overboard. But I might have done it just a tad overdone. Just a tad. needs to be a little less bright, I think. And overall, maybe slightly less saturated. What is that color? Like just a gray? It's like a yellow gray? What is that? What color is that? Can't really pick that up, but something like this, I guess. I'm just gonna put down the color, and then I'll do the paint over later, because that's gonna go over a lot of different layers. It is a completely different color. I was using a lot of different colors. I was not expecting this many colors, honestly. I don't think I would have worked with this many colors if I was doing the piece originally. Like, there's so much really nice nuance that I didn't pick up at first. But she could have just gone with, like, you know, the same orange. No, she didn't. She went with, like, a reddish rust color. That's really cool. I keep saying she, but I don't know who actually made the piece, so I apologize. I'm kind of just guessing. I'm kind of just... I think I'm saying she because the character is female. But I actually don't know. Honestly, she drew herself. There you go. That works. It is self-portrait while in the garden. My guess is that this was actually probably done by a guy, because there's usually a lot of guys in this industry. But I truthfully don't know. The sad thing with this official art is that sometimes the artists don't get credit. Not always. This one could be credited, but there's a lot that don't. Sometimes it's hard to track it down. Oh, shoot. Don't. No! No, 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 don't. Okay. I'm trying to not move it. I'm trying to not move it. Let's do the hat on top. I'm really glad that I cropped this in, because there's already so much going on here. I would not have been able to do the whole thing, no sir. I'm trying to guess this base color of the sash. It's probably... What is this? What is this base color? I think it's like this. I think it's like a deeper blue. This is more of a tan. There's actually, most of the colors in this piece are actually very desaturated. Like they're all on the gray area. I can tell these are also separated layers too. Not much I can do about it though. You still learn a lot doing these regardless. A lot. I think I just sort of noticed that the same song has been playing on repeat for the past few hours. I'll just let it go for now, but next stream I'll actually, like, have it on a shuffle. I apologize, I didn't realize. It's so, like, calm that I didn't register as the same song in my head. It's like total background noise. This hat needs to be a little bit wider. That might have been throwing off when somebody earlier was talking about the angle. Might have been the hat. Might have been the hat doing that. That's better. I love the addition of, like, changing the ink color when things are really, really, really bright. Let's make this sort of softer. Kind of go around everything here. Did things fall apart on the Twitch side? Confused. Huh. Did the stream end on the Twitch end? What happened? Did this... are we... We're okay on the YouTube end. What happened on the Twitch end? I think stream died on Twitch. How'd that happen? Sorrybot, why did you do that? I wasn't... Alright. Why did you do that? Don't do that. Let's try to see if we can get it back. I don't know now. Live offline, live offline. Live again? Strange. Yeah, okay. Thanks, Aribot. I don't know what happened. Strange, strange. Nobody said anything, so I wasn't sure what happened. Hopefully we're okay now. Alright, let's get back. Back to work. I don't even know what possessed me to check that, to be honest. I don't know. I had a weird feeling. I don't know where it came from. I was just like, wait a minute. Something's not right here. Something doesn't feel right. Lo and behold. I don't know why Twitch died, with no indication. Other than Seribot being like, we're cutting you off. But yeah, other than that, I'm not sure. Thanks, Stream Elements. About time. If you were on the YouTube side, I apologize. I don't know why things died earlier, but... Or not on the YouTube side, on the Twitch side. And if you get like a million notifications on the Twitch side, I also apologize. Especially if you happen to be sleeping and not watching the stream. I'm sorry for all the pings. There we are good on the bow. Bow took a little bit of time, but that's okay. Is the... We need this, and I need a little bit more saturated, less saturated. I need it like purple. There we go. Ekagen, hello. Yeah. Master study. So, we're like trying to do a one-to-one of this existing official Arknights piece. And see what we can learn from it. And so far, it's been really helpful in teaching us different techniques and things. I mean, I've already learned a lot. It would help if I actually match the angle here. That would be good. I think this is slightly lighter. My eyes are starting to bug out. I'm starting to not be able to see the difference with these things. Make this a little bit lighter and brighter. Where's the lines? Change the lines a little bit. There we go. Alright. Next, we should probably do the eyes, because, you know, eyes, windows to the soul, that whole thing. Should get the eyes done. Kind of hard to see what the eyes are actually doing, because the hair is probably painted over a full eye. And I don't quite get to see much of the detail. So... Base decision to use Arknights as a reference. You know, I will be completely honest with you. I will be 100% honest. I actually don't play any gacha games. I just adore the art style of, like, all gacha games. But Arknights especially. Arknights has an extremely nice art style. Everything's just so painterly and textured and fluid. Like, I know that it's kind of considered one of the de facto examples of high-end gacha art, but, like, this is exactly the type of work that I really, really want to get good at. Is this... I feel like there has to be less, It's gotta be, like, a little bit more of a gray, because eyes are never fully white. It's in the sun, but, you know. Hang on. Try to do it really lightly here. Yo, are we the same person? I love the gacha art, but I hate gacha mechanics. Yeah, exactly. Maybe so, maybe so. I adore gacha art so much. It is, like, genuinely some of my favorite art ever, but I cannot play gacha games for the life of me. I've tried. The one that I actually, like, played the longest was probably, Madoka Magica one. I spent a total of, like, $10 trying to get Goddess Madoka at one point. Never got it, and then the game shut down. And then I tried... What did I try? I tried Dragalia Lost for a bit. I'm always aside from that one time playing a Madoka game, I always do free to play. And I've tried quite a few, and I just don't like... I just don't like gacha games. There's too much to deal with in terms of, like... I'm so overwhelmed. I remember I tried playing Infinity Nikki, and just every single menu, oh my gosh, the UI for the menus is beautiful, but I hate navigating those. And, like, half the menus are to get you to buy something, right? Like, half the menus have dollar signs and purchasing in there. And it's like, it's fine, I get it, they want to make their money, but, like, I can't navigate the game. And then, because it's a constantly evolving game, so that you have to keep spending money, I never feel like there's a way to finish. To say, like, I'm done, I've completed the game. There is no completing a gacha game. And that scares me. So, I love the art. I will spend money on all the art books for learning how to get better at it, but I will not be spending money on your in-game PNGs. I will draw the in-game PNGs. I would like to be someone who could work to do the in-game PNGs. But I will not be purchasing your in-game PNGs. It's funny, there's a, one of the, I won't reveal any past life stuff, because I don't think that that's something I should do. But there is a previous corporate talent who works on gacha games, and they were saying at one point that they had to wail for the character that they illustrated. And I'm like, wait, they didn't comp you your own character? This person had to win the character that they did the work for. I think that's so insane. You'd think at the very least that you could get them in the game so that you could, like, enjoy the character that you're literally the creator of, but no, apparently not. I would still love to do work for gacha, just because I think it's such a beautiful style. But if possible, I would really like to do gacha for VTubers. I know there's a lot of other people who try to do the same, so, you know, fierce competition and all that, but I think VTubers need to feel like they are special enough to be in a gacha game. I know a lot of JPVAs are gacha whales too, at least for Grand Blue Fantasy. Dang. That's wild. Also, hello! Welcome in, Kent. I played Honkai Star Rail for a bit, but otherwise I just couldn't stick to a gacha game for more than a day or something. That's fair, that's fair. Akajin says, is it fine if I link you some new skins coming out? Curious on your thoughts. I don't think I have links, available on YouTube right now. I think I've disabled links. But if anyone wants to, I have a Safe for Work Discord. If you're interested in joining the Discord, I actually have a thread that I made where people can, post any type of gacha or illustration that they would want me to try to do a future master study on, and it also lets you know when I'm doing, like, other types of streams, like gaming, or just chatting on IRIAM. If you're in the US, it's a mobile app that I do sometimes, and then I also have, like, other art streams. So no pressure, no pressure. It's a Safe for Work Discord, and it's slightly more serious than other Discords. It's not really, like, I don't have a meme channel. That throws a lot of people off. A lot of people don't like the fact that I don't have a meme channel. But it's good for community chaos and art stuff. I always am happy to talk about art stuff. I don't know, people seem to really need meme channels. So I feel like I have to kind of give that disclaimer. I did send one, it's not gacha style though, that's alright. If it's not gacha style and I end up choosing it, then I would also basically try to, like, do it in a recreation of this style. Because this, like, this textured painterly look, I'm very in love with. I really, really want to get better at this textured painterly look. Okay, so the hair's all in one layer, right? Okay, so then I think next thing is I'm gonna make another layer for the outfit. Because it's about time we get to these crazy colors, isn't it? I don't know how I'm gonna tackle this. These are wild colors. I'm just gonna go with a sort of I'm gonna work not the correct way, because I feel like I just sort of need to base it with something. Normally you should go from dark to light, because every object is dark until light hits it. but I need some sort of neutral, and there's no easy way to find a neutral in this. So I'm just gonna pick the most prominent color I can see, and then try to work from there, even though it's not the best way to work. Alright, and then it's also on the collar. I'm gonna have to do so much overpainting, it's not even funny. They can just spam memes in general chat then. Honestly, yeah, it's probably better in my general chat, but I'm also, like, I'm so hesitant on memes because I have a safe for work server, and the issue is that people's idea of what is acceptable in that regard is very, very different. People, really, really try to skirt the lines on those types of things. So, I've basically gotten to the point where if it's gonna be a meme, it's gonna be like an animal. It's gonna be an animal meme. Because people try to really push the boundary. It's tricky. I know that I'm, like, not making it as fun in a general sense as it could be, but for some reason you guys still all really like being in there and still end up causing a lot of chaos anyway. Just not like, divisive chaos, which is good. It's not divisive. You guys are all a collective of chaos. You're all on the same page. Somehow. The Return of Courage Wolf? What is that? I'm not sure what that is. Am I missing something? If that's a meme, then I'm not familiar with it. A dumb animal macro meme from forever ago? Oh, okay. Wait, is that the one where it's, like... I think I know which one you're talking about. Is that, like, the super snarling one? Yeah, okay. I know what you're talking about now. Dang, we haven't seen macro memes in a long time. I mean, I guess we kind of have in different ways, usually with celebrities nowadays. That's weird to think about. Zero says I can fight villains and eldritch beings from another dimension, but Stargazer chat, that's a horror I cannot handle. Yeah, you guys don't need memes. You guys end up forming your own. The only meme channel that we have that literally is called memes is just the one for myself as a VTuber, and you guys still handle that insanely. You ended up turning my ears into tacos. So, I don't know what I expected. It wasn't that. Velociraptor, there you go. I'm a little ashamed I didn't think of Velociraptor. Man. Why did that, like... I miss that beautiful, cringy era of memes. We were cringe, but we were free. But yeah, I feel like if you give people, like, free meme ring, it usually just gets really, divisive. Even when people don't mean it to be. Like, there's times where I've had to, like, delete things from the chat, and I'm like, okay, that is, like, you know, talking about major religions and major cultures, let's not do that. So I just do it sort of for my own sanity of ease. We don't need any more chaos than we already have. There's already so much chaos. It's a good healthy chaos. It's a jeez. There's people I don't want to hear that because they'll just run with that. But it's like it's better than the alternative. I have no idea how to replicate these colors. There's so many colors here. I'm just gonna have to really simplify it because this is kind of an insane amount of colors. I'm just gonna have to heavily simplify. Cerulean, thank you so much for following. Thank you. I appreciate it. Dang, there are a lot of people on the Twitch side today. I'm surprised. Also, if I can ask, like, general, for anyone here, if you're new here, how did you find the channel? How did you find the channel? I'm curious. I'm curious now if this is like, if there are people here because it's Arknights, or if it's because of the time I'm streaming at, or what. YouTube recommendation, really? That's cool. It's probably Arknights. That's fair, honestly. That is fair. As long as you guys are okay with the fact that I don't actually play the game and I'm just an admirer of the artwork. If you guys are okay with it, then that's cool. I don't want to be seen as like, oh, fake fan. It's like, I don't play, I just love the art so much. Just popped up in your feed? Dang, wow. Can you kind of cheat with opaque, translucent settings, or are you trying to do it purely off of using eyes to match the color? I am just trying to visually match the color, yeah. I'm not using a color picker, I'm just trying to, like, play with my color wheel and see where I can go with things, and, try to match as best as I can. And it's not always easy, but I am using what is like a, I'm using a oil brush. So the nice thing about the oil brush is it's really blendy. So there's a lot of sort of like opaque translucency washes that I can kind of do with one brush, which is very nice. So if I have something like this, and if depending on how soft I'm going, I can fade it, glaze it a little bit, make it nice. I know glazing is like a meme term, it's an art term too. To add like a glaze or a wash over something. I often browse through low viewer art streams and open random ones with anime style art. That is very fair, honestly. To be fair, this is probably a fairly eye-catching setup with like the really high-end art on one side and then like my attempt on the other. That probably does a good amount for visual eye-catchingness, I suppose. That would actually make a lot of sense on the Twitch side, to be honest. Like, oh, pro art. But it's like, I'm just doing the study. I'm not the pro art. I want to be the pro art. My goal is to be the pro art. My goal is to do a ton of these studies and get to the point where I am pro art. But if it brings people in here who otherwise would not have seen me, then I'm super grateful for it. And I'll keep doing this kind of stuff. This is my first time trying to stream like this. I'm normally either doing commission stream, or I'm doing a game stream, or, just on the YouTube end, I'm doing IRIAM, which is like a just chatting app type of platform thingy. You're not interested in trying it, Arknights? I've tried so many gacha games. I can't keep up with the gacha game. The artwork's not on global yet, too. Huh. Interesting. Also, thank you, Dual Thrones. I appreciate that. Seeing art made is like pausing a show suddenly. At any given moment, the actor's expression looks distorted and strange. When those seconds are strung together in the final work, it looks nice. There's always what I like to call the ugly phase, where it's like, I know that the work does not look as nice as it could right now. Like, I know that these eyes do not look good. It needs an overpaint. I'm aware of that. So it's like, yeah, things get very distorted until the work is complete, for sure. I can see where the weak points are. I know where I need to keep working at it. This isn't bad so far. It's not perfect. It's not a 1-to-1, but it's not bad. I need to make things look a little bit more transparent, though. Not quite hitting that yet. So Marilyn says, I love the characters in Arknights. A friend plays it, and sometimes I just ask her to show her all the character skins. I like looking at them. That is very relatable, honestly. That is extremely relatable. Like, yeah, I just want to see the designs. Just show me the pretty designs. I'm actually hoping to take a freelance course later this year in like a few months. And it was designed by one of the many artists who have done work for Arknights, and it's like how to work as a professional freelancer. And I am a professional freelancer, right? I do commissions for a living. But I want to know how a professional who works on Arknights sees the word professional, you know what I mean? Because at that point you can't learn anymore. You know, once you've gone to that level, if you're doing freelance at that level, you can't go any higher. So yeah, it's like, I don't see myself like actually playing, but it's probably some of the best anime art in the industry. You know, it's kind of funny because, I don't play these things, but one time, I really love splash art of all kinds, right? I just love splash art. I love illustrative art. And before I was really honing in on a more anime style, I really wanted to do, the art for Don't Get Mad at Me. I used to really be inspired, for the art in League of Legends. I know. And I was trying to do all the techniques of like the Western style painting, the semi-realism, all that kind of stuff. I never really got far enough to actually pursue anything serious. But I remember looking at the the job application, like being able to fill it out or whatever, right? It asks you what level you are in the game. Like, it's a required question to apply to work there. Is you have to actually be playing their game, and you have to be of a certain ranking. And I think that's the funniest thing, and then that's when I knew I would never ever work there. Because you're required to play the game, have knowledge of the game, and be at a certain level in the game to show that you're serious. Just say you haven't played, it's probably fine. No, it's like, they ask for your username, they ask for, like, they ask for your ranking. I don't know. I thought that was highly amusing. Like, it definitely showed me that I was way in over my head. But I was amused. I had never seen that before. No, not for Arknights, for League of Legends. I feel like if you wanted to do work for Arknights, that they wouldn't care because they do hire so much, freelancers, right? Which is why I was saying, like, I really want to take this course from this professional freelancer. But, yeah, League of Legends requires... League of Legends requires you to say what your ranking is. So that's definitely never happening. But that's okay, because I like this art style infinitely more anyway. This piece especially, like, I know this is not your typical scenario for these characters, but it has such this gentle Renaissance look that I really love. It is highly amusing. They regard the ability to do the art of the characters to be tied to how much you like the game, which are disconnected concepts. Very much, yes. It's crazy, though. There's a point where you've learned all you can. If you want to learn more, you teach. True, true. Gacha character designs are really good. Absolutely. Oh, it's not in-game art. It's something to celebrate the game anniversary? Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. I don't remember if this had, text on it or not. It is elegant, yeah. It's got, it really has, like, such a Renaissance feel. I think that's why I love this style so much, is because, like, it has this feeling of, like, modern Renaissance with this almost oil painting type of look. And I'm not a fine artist. I'm not, like, a huge fine art buff. But show it to me in anime style, now I'm interested. Most of how they sell things in the gacha game is based on aesthetics of the character. I can't blame them, honestly. I can't do it myself. But I respect the work that goes into it so much. Alright, this needs to be much brighter. We need to go basically pure white at this point. And this is gonna have to definitely be painted over. It's probably as good as I can get this sleeve at the moment here. It's not really capturing the same feeling. It'll probably help once I get rid of the lines. Let's see. What's that? I don't know if that helped enough, but it's something. And I'll paint over it a little too. If you do commissions for a living, people must think your art must be pretty good. I hope so. I hope so. It's definitely not Arknights level, but it's enough that I can work with with people who I'm grateful that they trust me, you know? I do a lot of big storytelling pieces for people. I do some fairly fairly high up there pieces with a lot of different characters. I actually don't get to do a lot of things with a single character, believe it or not, which is kind of ironic. I want to do more single pieces too. Alright, there's a little bit of folds in here. There we go. It's not a one-to-one, but it's fairly close. Joltron says, for example, makers of the gacha game Azur Lane know that the people who will spend tons of money to get their characters like a certain size with certain feature, and so the art emphasizes that. Fair enough. Apollo, hello, welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. Arknights Master Study, my recommendation. Why are you guys getting recommended the stream? That's so funny to me. But hey, it's good to see you. I appreciated Dual Thrones. Dual Thrones knows that I have a safer work community. Let's see. Where's this color? Okay, this is still the skin color, so I'm gonna try adding that in. Got a bit of this highlight here. There we go. This needs to be so much brighter. It needs to basically feel like it's glowing. Oh wait, do I still have the add glow? I need to add another add glow effect on top, don't I? There we go. It's the Arknights hive mind, so they said. Am I just gonna have to start being like an... I'm gonna have to turn into an Arknights artist, aren't I? Me who's never played the game once. You know what I also started playing? And this is gonna be silly, but I started playing, what is it? I started playing a game that has like what is it? The Ikemen type, the pretty boys, because because I noticed that there's a lot of VTubers who say that it's really hard to get art of guys. Like they have a hard time finding artists for themselves. So I downloaded a gacha game of all like really pretty guy art so that I could try to learn that style, so that I could serve a community that does not feel it is being served. It's a little silly, but the art is really good. It's another one of those games where like the art is way better than it needs to be. Alright, that's better. I'll check out anything if I like the art enough, honestly. I mean, you know, as long as it maintains being safe for work, but hey. Love and Deep Space my go. I've not played Love and Deep Space. That's not quite the style that I'm looking at, because it's like, it's really realistic, right? Isn't it like 3D models and stuff? Grand Blue Fantasy Masterclass? I would love that, honestly. Grand Blue Fantasy has an amazing style, too. I have the, I have one of the, what is it? The archive books? The extras? Grand Blue has a beautiful style. It sort of, Dual Throne says, it actually sort of irritates me. I feel the emphasis takes away from the beauty of the design. A lot of the characters are actually very pretty. They just staple an exaggerated feature onto the otherwise lovely character. That's fair. That's fair. Like, I understand where you're coming from, that it can be, like, too much, too distracting. I don't know, like, at this point, I don't really even... I'm so ingrained into just the art style of it that I don't even notice if it's not, like... If it's not super egregious, I can kind of just, not pay it any mind in a weird way. No, not Arknights. I think you were talking about the... I forgot the name. What were you talking about? The ship one, Dual Thrones, I think? What's the ship one called? Blue Arc? No, is it Blue Arc? I don't remember now. Azur Lane. Yeah, thank you. Apollo says, I stopped playing Arknights too, but still draw it. I just love the art style and world building. That is totally fair. Absolutely. So Starlight gets pretty man gacha game to expand her art range. I see. Look, I was not yes, it was to expand art range. I was not expecting to actually, like the game itself. I was not expecting that. And the thing is, it's like, I feel like they know how to capture their ideal audience, because, it's not the fact that it's a bunch of pretty guys. It's the fact that the main character is an artist. And it's like, oh, okay. This is getting a little bit meta. Morgy Roy, hello. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. Blue Archive is the school one? Okay, so the ship one is Azur Lane. Thank you. Yeah, because, okay, this is so embarrassing to say, kind of, because, like, there's, blah, blah, blah. Dang, there's a lot of people getting recommended this stream on YouTube right now, what the heck? It sounds silly, because it's totally meant to capture a certain audience, right? So it's called Love Brush Chronicles, or at least I think that's the Chinese name. And I was like, oh, okay, that's an interesting name. I think the English name is For All Time, or maybe it's flipped. I forget which is which now. And I was like, Love Brush, that's an interesting concept. And then I started playing it because I fell in love with the work, and a friend bought me the art book for it. And then I was like, oh, it's called this because the gacha mechanic is that the main character is drawing the characters. You know how, like, every gacha has, like, a reason for why it's a gacha? Like, why you're collecting all the characters, why it's a thing? Which I'm always fascinated about, the different ways that people have come up with, telling that kind of story. But the gimmick, I guess is the best way to say, is that the main character falling in love with all the pretty guys is painting their portraits, and that's the gacha art that you're getting. I thought that was a very interesting way of going about things. Which is really ironic, because, like, as a VTuber, as, like, part of my direction, my lore, and everything, is that the art that I create is sort of the wishes that I grant for people. I'm a wish-crafting kitsune. So the wishes I put on, like, you know, cards and scrolls and things, and that's the art that I make for people. And then here's this random girl in the pretty boy game doing the exact same thing. So it was a little bit strangely meta. And I was highly amused by it. Alright. I feel like I'm almost at the point where I can just be doing paint over. I think. I'm gonna try doing paint over at this rate. Arknights also had an anime, which was surprisingly good, considering the track record of anime based on gacha games I've seen before. That's fair, yeah. If it's pretty good, I might check that out. I can't play through an entire gacha game, but I might check out an anime. Is that the new one I've been seeing people simping over the past month? No, it's not. I think it's older, and I think it's, like, really underrated. I don't think many people play it. Making your dreams come true. Yeah, there you go. Are you saying your commissions are gacha pulls? They're a little bit more, like, meaningful than gacha pulls, because I want it to be, like, really connecting with the person. I want it to be something where I'm sort of, like, granting their wish. Which, I don't know. You could say that's kind of like a gacha pull, depending. But it's really supposed to be more like the wish of the person, of, like, their destiny, their soul, their direction. But I don't know, for some people that probably is their destiny. I cannot guarantee your gacha pulls with commissions, unfortunately. But I can make it look like you're part of a gacha. I can't bless you with your waifus, unfortunately. I don't have that kind of cosmic power. You've done an amazing job with the coloring so far. It looks so pretty. Thank you, Rainiero. I appreciate it. You want a reference for the forehead tattoo? The character name is, I'm gonna mispronounce this so badly. Valarquivin? Valarquivin. I apologize if I butchered that. Valarquivin. Oh. Hello. Thank you so much for subscribing on the YouTube side. Why can't I read your name? I apologize. Your name's not appearing on that end, but thank you for subscribing on YouTube. I appreciate it. Valarquivin. I'm going to mispronounce that so badly. So I can't commission you to do my polls? Unfortunately not, no. I can try to offer blessings, but blessings do not come with guarantees. Although my track record for TCG polls is pretty high. Yeah, I don't know why. Let me... Valarquivin. Oh, I actually spelled that correctly. Okay. Oh, it's not, wait, is this actually... Okay. Yeah, there's a line missing on this. I would not have gotten that right. But on the other hand, if there's a line missing on this official one, I feel like I need to copy the missing line. You did this in 2 hours? It's very quick considering you're talking to. There's a lot more people in here than I'm used to having in here, so I'm being a lot more talkative than I normally would have been. I was a lot quieter in the beginning. Dual Throne says you can bless us with pictures of our waifus and husbandos, and whatever we want to call them. There you go. There you go. That's a thing, right? It's like, there's plenty of people who will draw waifus. Not many who will draw husbandos. So I'm gonna try to learn that as well. Don't know how well it's gonna work, but I feel like I might as well try. Nunta, hello! Do not do that. That does not sound safe. I hope that you're having an alright day, though. You have an idea all of a sudden? Oh dear. Oh dear. Stargazer having an idea. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that's gonna go. Alright. How is this color working? These don't blend well with if it's not on the same layer, right? Yeah, okay. That's gonna make things a little bit tricky, but that's alright. I'll work with it. This is definitely not able to blend as easily as I was previously doing. It is only explosive in the sense it will explode with color. Oh, okay. Alright. That's a little bit reassuring. Just be yourself, I guess. So far, your yapping is really entertaining. I'm glad you think so. Just Lito, I appreciate that. Yeah, I was gonna have, like, you know, I literally advertised this stream in my Discord as, like, I'm not gonna be chatting a lot. If you want to use it as, like, a wind down, you can. You know, do what you want to do. I have, I'm sometimes on, like, a VTuber app where I'm a lot yappier, because it's a just chatting app. That's kind of the point of it. And then other times I'm doing, like, games on stream and then usually freaking out about something. So yeah. This is kind of nice, though. I feel like I don't have, like, stream expectation one way or the other. I mean, a little bit, because I'm not used to the... I think there's the... I should turn off the viewer count. I definitely wasn't expecting YouTube to just randomly recommend this a lot. But I'm glad. And I also do wonder if it's timing, because I normally do not stream at this hour. I normally stream a lot earlier in the day. There's a part of me that is kind of testing if it is timing based. It did. How do you think I get here? Fair enough, fair enough. No, we have so much kaboom already. This community is filled with kaboom. We don't need more kaboom. This community is explosive every day. And I mean that in the somewhat literal sense. Otaku Mafia, hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're doing well, hope you're having a good evening. Let it rain bombs. Nunta, you don't understand. Nunta, you don't understand how accurate you're talking. You don't know what you're asking. How else would I read your name? Is that not how other people normally read your name? I'm a witch? I mean, I have a magic. They say Noonta? No, that doesn't sound right. I mean, I'm a kitsune, does that count? I have a... I might be slightly a witch. Not entirely. have parallels. Alright, I'm just gonna have to paint over this whole thing, aren't I? And then add the shading again in later. This is basically the overpaint at this point. And I wanted to try to do the background, but I really don't think I'm gonna be able to do the background because that is a detailed background. My Vietnam friend read my name like that for fun. New person I found, however, will always read my name as Nunta. Huh, okay. Until today. I don't know. I have a spell book, I have a wand, I grant wishes. Take it as you will. That is not really much of a secret here. I mean, this tip here that you're seeing is the tip of my wand anyway. If he doesn't have a hat, we're safe. Oh, it's hard. Wait, I didn't know who the artist was. I'm gonna write this down so I don't forget. Thank you. I appreciate that. There we go. You'd be surprised. I think I see people count a big rock as a wand once. I don't think that's super accurate. I wouldn't use a rock as a wand myself, but maybe that's a different type of witch I'm not aware of. Let's see here. Wand is just a magic catalyst. That is true. But I've not heard of that form. That is a new form to me. I'm not familiar with this. A new magic that I do not possess. Let's see here. Paradigm, hello, welcome in, welcome in. Almost late, go work now? Alright, no worries, Nunta, I appreciate you stopping by. And, thank you for joining me. Hope you have a good work. All the best with the work stuff. This is definitely longer than I thought I'd be streaming for sure. That's okay. I'm feeling productive. You want to steal my ears? What? I see people stream for 8 hours once, you'll be fine. I can't stream that long. Oh my gosh, I do not have the stamina for that. I know that I will probably, unfortunately, never be the type to do like a subathon or anything. I just do not have that in me. I know people who stream for even longer when it comes to stuff like that. That is wild to me. I normally can't go any longer than 2 hours, to be honest. That is typically my limit. John, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate it. Hello, hello. I apologize if I didn't say your name correctly. I can't quite see it on my screen very well. I hope you're doing well. You don't need to think you can't. You can just do it at your own pace. You get there yourself slowly, and surely it'll come naturally. I don't know how people do, honestly. I know Pirate Software says that he streams for like an average of 12 hours a day, just regularly. And he's like, oh, I used to only be able to stream 2 hours and then I get tired. I'm like, oh, I'm the same. So how did you do that? And I have no idea how he got to that point. I can't figure out how you go from 2 to 12. That's insane to me. Simulants? I don't know. Nowadays, people just let the stream run when they eat and sleep and still call it a subathon. That's wild to me. I know people who have done that, and that is insane to me. I feel like that's not really like a subathon when half the time it's like not your content. It's just on like a BRB screen or a clip highlight reel screen. I don't know. It's farming ad money. Fair. I am cursed with sanity and moderation. Ah, yes. Such a terrible thing. CEO says, yeah, I can't do subathon. The longest stream I did was 6 hours for Spider-Man. I think I one time did a 6-hour stream, and I think it was because I was doing art giveaway. A long time ago. I was either doing an art giveaway or I was just trying to finish a painting. I forget which. I think that's the only time I've ever done, like, anything 6 hours. I want to say it was a painting. I want to say I was trying to finish a painting. I can't remember now. But yeah, that is definitely not something I normally do. That would sound accurate, right? Dual Thrones just, like, getting too much into needing to finish a painting before calling it. It's not like that's happening right now or anything. I love paint over. It saves me so much. I always think I'm late. This makes it so I'm never late. There you go. That's a strategy for life if I've ever heard one. I'm gonna make the lines around here just a little bit thicker, just because it gives a different impression when they're just a little bit. They show a little bit clearer. Just around here. Oh, I still need to paint this whole section. Whoops. Such a pretty Velocpin, thank you. I mean, I think that the official art is gorgeous. You do paint over in one layer? Currently, yeah. Cause I did a lot of the base coats on layers underneath the line art, and then for this, I'm just like, we can just do it right over. Cause this isn't like a polished piece where I have to make changes for a client or anything. That I would separate more. I'd keep that separated. If I had to like make sure that I wasn't, if I had to make changes and stuff. But for this, because we're just doing like a study, then it's like, yeah, I can just paint over it in one layer, it's fine. Otherwise, I would be keeping things more separated. I think this needs to be a little bit less green. Well, what is this color? Maybe it's a little more saturated, maybe it's... There we go. That's better. Couldn't quite get that color right. And then it gets slightly warmer, I think. I was not previously able to get this color before. That's a little bit better. I don't want it to look green. It's not supposed to be green. Where's the official art from? Somehow I haven't seen it. Somebody was saying that it was a celebration, like an anniversary art. So one of those, like, year celebrations. Probably, like, if I had to guess, maybe, like, social media art. It's commissioned by the developer and uploaded by the artist. That's really cool. Yeah, I think it's good to be able to, I think it's really good to be able to have the skill of, being able to work on one layer just in case. Because it opens up a lot of possibilities then. If you're forced to. Especially if something goes wrong, right? Like, something gets corrupted or whatever. It's like, it's good to just be able to have the skill set of doing it. I've heard many a case where it comes in handy. For 5th anniversary. Oh, okay. Hello, hello. Wait, do I call you Arch, or I'm not sure what your name means. I use Arch. But hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a nice day as well. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it. I feel like somehow we got all the Arknights fans in here. I feel bad. Why I feel bad? Because I don't play the game. I just really like the art. I don't play the game. If you make references to the game, I won't know. So I apologize in advance. I'm just trying to study gacha art. But I appreciate you being here regardless, so thank you. Understandable. I play a bit, but yeah, you don't need to play it to enjoy it. Thank you. I appreciate that take. I just get very inspired by gacha. I do think that Arknights has some of the prettiest gacha work. I just can't play a gacha myself. But I want to study. I want to get to the point where I can make gacha like work. So I'm doing lots of gacha studies. Arknights just happens to be a great one to work with. It's more of a gold. So Marilyn says it's like when you're wearing a band shirt, someone asks what your favorite song is, and you're like, I don't know any songs, I just like the shirt. I hope I'm not doing that, because that sounds obnoxious. Although, a lot of people think that my Oshi mark is a reference to, what is it? Dark Side of the Moon. It's not. I'm a prismatic kitsune, but apparently the Oshi mark I use is the one that, that Pink Floyd fans use. So I guess that's the closest comparison I could think of. Ken, thank you so much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. There's a lot of people's dream now, lol. Back then, dream work for artists was Blizzard or something like that. Now it's for gacha games. It's funny, because I was just talking about League of Legends earlier. I was talking about how I wanted to work at League of Legends. And, League, like, I looked at the application, at one point, because I don't play League, I just like the splash art, right? Who doesn't like the splash art? And, the application makes you, fill in what your ranking is, which I think is wild. I was saying that earlier. So it's funny that you're talking about, like, Blizzard and everything, because, yeah, I did want to work for those kind of companies. I think it's a lot less likely that I'll ever work for a gacha game because, you know, language barriers and everything. But I think that it has some really, really inspiring art that you can learn from it. And if I can get to the point where I can do quality enough art for that a VTuber can use, then that is what would make me happy. That's the thing, right? I can't really do work for actual gacha games, but I can do work for VTubers. I can do lots of work for VTubers. And this helps me increase the quality that I do when I work for VTubers. Don't be late on time. If you need to go somewhere, don't worry about it, please. Please don't worry about it. The subscriber notification is slow. I'm sorry. I don't really know how it works. I think it's a Stream Elements thing. Welcome back. Astra, I didn't know that the Twitch side was dying. The Twitch side died earlier and I didn't know. If the Twitch side ever dies, you're always free to come on the YouTube side and let me know. Because I will have no way of knowing otherwise. Let's see if I can get a little bit more of the face here. There we go. I thought you knew. I will let you know. Thank you. I did not know. No, it just randomly died, and I was like, oh? I don't even know how I ended up checking it, right? Because I just have, like, chat open. I don't really have, like, the actual Twitch side open. So I was like, I don't know why, but I feel like something's wrong. I don't know, I just had, like, a weird hunch, you know? And then lo and behold, Twitch died. I don't know how. It just did. So, yeah. And yeah, notifications might be weirdly finicky. I don't know. Streaming tech is tricky. Streaming tech is never great. I think you can't be a streamer without a lot of scuff, right? Especially if you're a VTuber, then it's even more scuff. I'm gonna add a lot more bright highlights here because I missed so many of them. You're not a real streamer if you haven't accidentally muted your mic and not realized for a long time. True, true. You just gotta embrace it and think of it as funny. There you go, yeah. I used to be really bad about that kind of stuff. I used to be like, oh no, this is terrible. I'm such a bad streamer. I'm so unprofessional, blah, blah, blah. And now I'm just like, it happens. I already ruined my debut for IRIAM, so it's like, I can't mess up much more, you know? I already had the worst debut on the platform. I've already dealt with the worst. Nothing else can really top it. I mean, okay, knock on wood there, but hey. It helps to have the experiences and then it doesn't affect you as much. Just saying a nap and forgetting to check OBS turned off for the first stream you ever did count. Oh no. But you survived and that's what matters. That's what matters, right? Yeah, you gotta laugh it off. You gotta laugh it off to keep yourself going. I mean, I didn't really laugh at the IRIAM thing. That was kind of nerve-wracking. That was actually kind of not really good at all. But hey, I can look at it now and be like, I learned a lot. So, learning's always a good thing too. Even if it might have, like, severely messed you up. But you know what? The majority of the community that I have on the IRIAM side, they didn't even see the debut. They weren't even around for the debut. And you know what? I'm really glad that they weren't. I'm really genuinely glad that they weren't, because I don't think they would have stayed. Don't feel bad about having a terrible debut. It messed me up for a long time, I'm not gonna lie. Cause like I really thought that it was like, oh, I spent all this time preparing for this application and I guess I'll just not be able to be part of this or something. And we were able to fix it and get it all working, but yeah, not a fun thing, not something I ever want to go through again. But hey, we're here now and that's what counts. There is a bit of shadow under the hair, that's good to know. Alright, I've got to fix the eyes. The eyes are the worst right now. Everything else is like kind of okay. The eyes need so much work. Like I said, this is my ugly phase. I know when things aren't correct. I know when things need to be fixed. And then what else? I need to make these a lot darker. Basically, that's it. Basically, I just need to make the eyes a lot darker. Still mad at the person who said at the time your stream was unbearable to watch. It gave me a good reality check, though. It genuinely gave me a good reality check that I needed. Because otherwise, I don't think I would have treated the situation, like, as seriously as I did, you know? So it's all good. Like, I know it was, like, kind of a shocking thing to say, but, like, because it happened, I fixed things. And then Vessa and Lady Red took clips and actually showed me how bad it was, and then I was like, oh yeah, no, this is not good. This is not good at all. It does look very pretty. Thank you. I think this has been a really good practice so far, honestly. I feel like this is, like... This teaches me so much about color theory, really. That's a huge part of it. It teaches me so much about color theory. Because most of these colors are really, really, really desaturated. I have to figure out how to paint these tattoos, so thank you to the person that gave me the character name so that I can try to do this correctly. Okay, those eyes look at the difference of those eyes. That needed to happen so badly. Look at the difference there. That was very required. The background gives me Monet. Is the anime from a Monet painting? It feels very like traditional paint renaissance, doesn't it? It's from Arknights. As we like to say in my family, learning experiences. There you go. Astra says, I've had people say the games I play aren't fun. Not gonna lie, hurt my feelings. Now I realized I'm gonna play what I want, others enjoy it too. Yeah, you're always gonna find an audience for some sort of game, right? Like, obviously there's a reason the game sells. Apollo says, I'm pretty sure I watched your stream before, doing reverse 1999 style. I have not done reverse 1999. The two ones that I've done before were, I did one from, Dino Illustration, who does, like, some really, really painterly stroke type stuff, and I did, one from Rella, and that was Hatsune Miku. But still kind of the same, like, painterly renaissance feeling. I really think that's my favorite style. So, similar art style, but I did not do reverse 1999. Although I might in the future. Twitch is being weird on my end, so over here now? Yeah, no worries. Jump on over. Honestly, like, you guys being on the... Twitch died again. It's not you, Astra. It's... it's Twitch. Twitch died again. I don't know why. Why is that a thing? Alright. I'm gonna just write on the Twitch side. YouTube side is working. Sorry about Twitch tonight. I don't know why. But hey, YouTube side's popping tonight, so there you go. It's alright for you? It shows offline on my end. But if it's working for you, that's good at least. I can read your messages, so. The Dino one, I remembered it. The character looked like it's from Reverse 1999. That's fair. Well, dang, if you've seen the Dino one, hello. Hello again. It unfroze on your end as well? I don't know what's up with Twitch. We're not losing that many frames, and it's, like, not freaking out about being unstable. It says that the connection's excellent, but the screen it's showing me says offline. It says live, but it says offline. So it might die later? I don't really know. Very weird. Staying over here. Alright, Astra. Feel free to. What is... There's still something off about this eye. I think this eye is, like, needing to go a little bit higher. A little bit higher. Trying to match it. Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, if you saw the Dino illustration piece, then that's that might be why YouTube recommended this stream. But yeah, if I could learn to paint like Dino, if I could learn to paint like Rella, that really painterly style, I think that's really what I'm after. Oh, right. Thank you. I will add the horns. I see them now from the side. I will make sure to add those. Thank you. I probably would have picked that up if I was, like, as I was trying to go through everything. But thank you. Yeah, I don't know the character too well, sadly. I will be honest about that one. I feel like it's still not as pretty as it needs to be. It doesn't have the, I think maybe the neck is too large. I think I need to change this a little bit. See if that makes any difference. Sometimes it's subtle, but it can make a big difference. Yep, huge difference. It seems really tiny, but it makes a huge difference in terms of how you interpret the face shape. Crazy, but true. Alright. Let me add a little bit here. And then I'll add the sheer pieces that she has. I'm not going to be able to do this very well, because this is so sheer. I'm sure it was painted and then just opacity reduced, but I can't really tell. I think forehead needs a little bit of liquefy. Try flipping the canvas. No, you're right, it does. It does, I can see it. I'm recording, so I'm trying to not flip the canvas, but I can see it. Like right here, right? Yep. 100%. 100%. Thank you. I appreciate that. Is this another? Yeah, I'll use this layer. Hard to tell because I haven't drawn her symbols. But thank you, you were very right about that. I know a lot of people don't like backseaters, but I do not mind art backseating when it helps make the piece better. And I think it still needs to be a lot brighter here. It's like basically just white at that point. Critique actually helps since we as the artists tend to have tunnel vision. Very true, yes. So thank you. I do appreciate that. Alright. I was trying to work on the bow next. Yeah. And then I needed the sort of gray-pink color here. And then it's very, very... This is gonna be hard. It's really, really, really faded here, so let's try like a very rough, basically lightly tapping. Nessa, hello! I accidentally summoned the Arknights community. I don't know how. YouTube recommended me to all the Arknights fans because of the video title. Yeah, but like, I wasn't actually expecting it to work. What? Titles on YouTube actually mean something? No way. You basically click on every video that has Arknights in the title, actually. Fair enough. The Arknights community's hungry for content? Really? I feel like with like such a large game as Arknights that there'd be like people constantly putting things out, no? I feel like I'm slowly learning about which communities are just not getting served. Because I was talking earlier about, like, VTubers who can't find people to draw male characters, and now you guys are saying there's, like, not much, for Arknights. Like, why are all of these communities not being served? Mostly in the China server? Oh, okay. Oh, so if there's content, then you guys can't understand it, most likely, right? I wish I could draw for those who need, but all I can draw are legless cats and eyes. You know what? Maybe someday there's gonna be, like, some sort of, like, Tim Burton-esque movie where they need a legless cat, you know? You never know. You never know. It could happen. Dang, this is helping me learn a lot about sheer fabrics. All the EN content creators got caught in MiHoYo money. Can't blame them, though. Oh no. That is fair. I can see how that would happen. MiHoYo is Genshin Dual Thrones. It's Hoyoverse, Genshin, Honkai, Zenless. Is it? It is Zenless, right? Is Zenless also MiHoYo? Gotta head out for the night, but have a good stream. Thank you, Vesta. I hope you have a good rest of your night. I was not expecting to go this long, to be honest. I probably will rush the background. But we'll see. But have a good night. Sleep well. Emperor's Blade Pursuer, hello, hello. It's from, Arknights. It's not from Reverse 1999, but I'm kind of tempted to do Reverse 1999 art at some point. How do you get, like, these crazy, like, post-apocalyptic, big, bashing, like, super energetic type of things, and then have art where the character's, like, having a tea party in a like, Renaissance painting style? How do you get to this point where it's, like, some kind of big action-packed thing, and then something so calm and gentle? Arknights has very vast world building? Oh, okay, that's fair. I need to retry Arknights, looks like I missed out. I feel like I'm missing out too, Astra. I can't get myself to play gacha games, but I think I might, like, do more studies from it because goodness knows there's a never-ending trove of things to study with it. It's Perfumer? I was told they had a different name. Valarkvin? I don't know if that's like a tagline name. I apologize. I don't know the characters. I just know the art. I don't even know the art. I just know that I admire the art. I haven't commented, but I've had this on for an hour now. Very relaxing. About to head to bed. Alright, Charming Falcon, thank you so much for lurking. I really, really appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. I'm glad that you could sort of chill with us. I appreciate it. Alright. Probably as accurate as I'm gonna get here. Let me just add a little bit of color to the shading. There we go. Here we go. And then, okay, I can't forget our horns. Someone mentioned the horns before. I can't forget our horns. Got it. Let me just add our horns in real quick, so that we don't forget. Thank you, Frost Winters. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Also, Star may ask about the song. It's very lovely. Thank you. I didn't realize for the longest time that it was like replaying the same song. So next stream I'll have more of a actual shuffle. But the song is from a creator named Pufino. 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 And it's called Comfortable. I didn't realize that it was on repeat. I'll change it next stream. I'm just sort of going with emotions at this point. Even though it's just been the same one over and over. Because it's like, it's so good as background that I didn't realize for the longest time that it was the same. So I will change it next time. It does fit the piece though. It does fit the piece. I have to say. It's a vibe I don't mind replaying. It's comfortable, it's comforting, so fitting name. Yeah, there you go. Feel that, Apollo, it's nighttime for me, but too early for bed. Very relaxing, no need to change it. Yeah, next stream I'll do more of a... I always keep things on like a calm playlist shuffle, but I will add variety next time. I like my calm playlist better anyway, because lately my regular not calm playlist is getting tons of copyright strikes, even though all the songs that I got were royalty free. And then they decided to suddenly not make them royalty free. So far the calm playlist is not giving me those same troubles. Yeah, I had one stream that got so many claims that YouTube just like deleted it. Newbie says, alright, got my project done, so I'm heading to bed. Piece came out wonderfully. 'Twas a good master study. Thank you, Newbie Reaper. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Have a good rest of your night. I'm glad you got your projects done. And thank you for hanging out with us and getting your work done too. Alright, I can see how I missed her horns the first time, but I can also see why they're very important. hopefully this does a bit more justice. Alright, and then she's got the... Let's grab the pure white here. This is a really textured brush, isn't it? I need something more textured for this. And we'll add the... I'm not really sure what part of her hat this is. Like, what is this part of the design? I'm not really sure how this works. I guess it's just like a lace motif. I don't really know. Push that a little bit. Liquefy that a little. Try to get the right shape. And then I'll duplicate that so I can quickly add a shadow. Looks like it's very subtle, but still there. And then here, there's a lot more shadow. Forgot the name of it, but it was a fashion thing back in the day. Very common in Victorian, if I remember my history right, which it's been years. Alright, that's fair. That is fair. Okay. I need to add her motif. I know someone gave me the name so I get a reference, but I feel like I'm just gonna try to do this one-to-one, even if it's not 100% accurate, even if it's missing lines, even if it's harder to draw. I'm just gonna try to do one-to-one what I'm seeing. But I still appreciate the help. If I was doing like a character design in any other illustration, if it was not a master study, I would not, I would want to get it as accurate as possible. But because this is a master study, I want to get it as accurate to the study as possible. So if it's off at all, then I'm just copying what I'm seeing. Motif is her third eye? Alright. Yeah, I could tell they might have missed a line somewhere based on the reference I saw, but I'm just gonna go with it. She's like a fusion of Greek Cyclops and Nordic Sisters of Fate. The third eye gives foresight into the future. Ah, interesting. Dark, hello, welcome in. Hello, hello. Alright. Got a bit of a lighter color here to hit that sun. Wait. There we go. Actually, I'll probably just do a swipe over. I think that would be easier. Turned out to be captivatingly gorgeous. Thank you, Justelito. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Alright, let me make sure that I get the actual, what I'm guessing is the actual eye part. Let me make sure I actually get that in there. That is a really cool design. I don't know how they come up with this. That is not my brush, that is my pen. And it looks like there's a little bit of mid-color where the light meets. Like right here. There we go. Probably as accurate as I can get this. Alright. And then let's see how well I can very briefly do this. I'm not gonna try to go too crazy with it. Because I think it's already a little crazy enough. Can I lock it? At least try? There we go. I need something way more textured. There we go. Better. I don't know how well I'm gonna be able to do this, honestly. But we'll see. Probably not gonna get nearly as good of a result because there's so much, like, random brush strokes happening here. My goal is to not make a perfect background. My goal is to just make a really good study of a character. The background is supplementary. I can already tell it's not gonna be, like... It's really not gonna be a great one-to-one. That's okay. There's so much, like, traditional technique watercolor stuff being used here. There's probably a lot of, like, really watercolory brushes being used that I do not possess. So can't really guarantee anything great from this, but we'll see. Let me see if I have a better brush that is a little bit more, play around a little bit more with texture. Because it's very clear that this is very much emphasizing texture. So if I can at least push the texture a little bit, that'll be good. Most of Arknights' art is actually very painterly, and I do love that. I really do. I really want to get better at that painterly style. It's funny that you guys were talking about how, like, the fan arts were all taken away by MiHoYo. I like thematically what MiHoYo does, but I am not as much of a fan of the art style because it's so clean. It's so, like, product market based, you know? Which is totally fine if that's, like, what you're aiming for. Sarcastic you, thank you for subscribing on the YouTube side. Thank you, I appreciate it. Like, it does have its inspiration, don't get me wrong. I think it's really great at doing splash art with multiple characters. I think there's a lot of strength in that. But I really, really love the more painterly aspect. And I think that's why I'm looking into things like Arknights, Reverse 1999, Girls Frontline, that kind of thing. And even if I'm not, like, playing any of these games myself, that is really the type of look that I want to have. Is that very, very painterly, Renaissance, almost, feeling. You know, it's funny, right? Because I think, like, we've all experienced the whole idea of, like, art teachers telling us, oh, anime art isn't real art, you shouldn't be focusing on that, blah, 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 and it's like, I'm doing more Renaissance-styled fine art than I would doing anything else. How are you gonna tell me it's not real art when I'm literally doing Renaissance techniques? The developer for Arknights said it himself. They're trying their best to blend anime characters but with realistic rendering style. I think they do a really great job with it. I think that it is, like, right on the mark. I'm not getting as much of the color in here. I think the color is blending too much to show nicely. Trying to bring some of the color back. He studied architecture or something? The guy's very interesting. Dang. I really admire people who do architecture, because there is nothing harder in the art world than architecture. You go to an art school, the architecture students are sleeping in the building. They're sleeping in the studio, guaranteed. They work so hard, man. No one in art works harder than architecture kids. I admire people who do architecture very much. Whoever did her background did a really good impression of Monet. Yeah. And then the hardest thing in art is hands. No, I would rather draw hands over architecture. Because architecture is like, you have to get architecture right. You, like, people depend on you to get architecture right. You don't get architecture right, it's not good. You cause problems for many people. You have to get architecture so perfect. Like, people's lives are at stake with architecture, dude. Is architecture part of art school in your country? It can be, if you pursue it. I could never. You have to have so much knowledge. He's making games now. I mean, you know, if the architecture student wants to make games, then that is totally up to them. I'm just saying, like, respect architects in general. But I think it's really cool that that's sort of, like, bridged over to this desire to make a beautiful, beautiful game. I'm sure the fact that this is also zoomed in is also not making this very accurate to the actual texture of the background. I'll probably throw on a noise filter just to sort of cheat adding a little bit extra texture. It's part of engineering here. Oh, you know, that's kind of a good point. Because, like, there are places where they also have engineering departments, even though it is an art school. It's really rare, but that is a thing that happens. Can happen, anyway. Yeah, architecture and engineer. Gotta respect. I often hear that the artist of architectures conflicts with reality material. Maybe. Yeah, I think it's one of those things that you have to... Well, it's kind of like, you know, to a much lesser degree, right? It's kind of like fashion. One of the most popular things is, like, someone who wants to design fashion. And then the professor says, you know, oh, that looks lovely. How do you get into it? And they didn't think that part through. They're just like, well, I like it, and it's pretty, and it's like, that's great. How do you get into the outfit? How do you actually utilize this in real life? So I think there's a lot of things like that in the art world where people have a vision, but maybe the vision does not line up with reality, or maybe it wasn't considered in reality. Product design would be part of that complication? Yeah, absolutely. I thought architecture was part of engineering since they're expected to make structurally sound things. You definitely should know a little bit of engineering, I think it should all go hand in hand, right? Like, the skill sets overlap nicely. So it would help to have, like, a little bit of study in all of those things. If you go to a technical school, then they will sort of force you to take a lot of classes that are adjacent to your main major of study. And there's other schools that are just like, no, just focus on your study, but a good school will be like, you need everything. Like, I really wanted to take fashion design myself, not because I am really into clothing or fashion or anything, I'm actually really not, but it would help so much with character design. And unfortunately, I was not able to take a fashion design class to help with character design. But it's the kind of thing where it would be like a really great way to mix things together. Alright, how am I gonna do this thing? I don't want to do this next area. I don't want to do this part. Just gonna add this table first. It's pretty much just solid, isn't it? Oh. How am I gonna do this? I don't want to do this. I should have made that on a separate layer, actually. Oh my gosh, alright. Should do that on a separate layer. Because that's gonna be, like, right in front. Okay. This is, like, kind of a textured line that I need to lock in. And then this is just sort of the chair, really quick. That's why architects are more happy to work for a game. They can go nuts with a design. True, it doesn't have to function. That's a very good point. This is more of a, it's a little bit lighter. Alright. Adding that part really quickly. Didn't take too long. If only I could have made, like, every other part be that fast. There we go. And then... We'll go back here. I'll make another layer. Man, do I have I need a really textured brush. I need something really, really textured to work with. Because otherwise it's gonna take me, like, ages. I must have a pastel. I do have a pastel. Okay, I have pastels. That's good. That's good. Yeah, thank goodness. I was not gonna have the patience to do that otherwise. Obviously, it would be different if I was actually doing this for the company, but, you know, just for a study, I need to not go crazy. Am I still gonna be okay for stream tomorrow? Yeah, I'll be fine. I'll be good. I definitely want to try to wrap up this area, though. So I'm like, I just need to texture everything. What's my usual schedule? My usual schedule is 2 o'clock Eastern Standard, 11 o'clock the Western Standard, Pacific. My next art stream is actually going to be tomorrow. I'm gonna be working on a commission. I'm gonna be working on a commission that is a bunch of characters celebrating Hanami Festival. And the characters are all Vtubers, but should be a good time. I'm blocking in the color. So this is actually a really good exercise for me to do tonight with all the different colors, because I'm gonna have to do this kind of same thing with this sort of scenario tomorrow. That bright area, bright sunlight type of feeling. So it's a good practice. And if you guys ever want to join the Discord, I did mention earlier, it is a safe for work Discord. I don't really have like a memes area or anything, just because, you know, memes can get a little spicy with people. But I do have images and media channel if you ever want to post like beautiful art that you've seen that's inspiring. If you ever want to show like, it's not really a self-promo thing, because it's more so like for myself as a VTuber and creator. But it lets you know next time I'm live anywhere. And also if you ever want me to pick a different character to do a master study of, then I just opened a thread for that kind of thing. So, completely up to you, but if you would like to join our community, our chaotic community, you're more than welcome to. And as long as things are, you know, safe for work, then you are welcome. Alright, Dark, have a good rest of your day. Thank you for stopping in, I appreciate it. Blurry flower field. Yeah, I'm trying to not go, like, too wild with it now. I'm just trying to get, like, okay, it's around there, it's around there. It's, like, more or less. Beware the bunnies. Yeah, beware the bunnies. I know a lot of you guys are more Arknights fans. I'm not sure how much you know on VTuber culture, but my community are all represented by little bunny rabbits. Except, you know, I designed them to be very cute and fun and all about like following your dreams and all that, and they turned into tyrants. That's why it's funny when someone else earlier was like, oh yeah, I like explosions. I'm like, no, you don't understand. I deal with explosions on a near daily basis with these creatures. You're not tyrants, are you sure about that? We're warmongers. Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I have to deal with here? We're not tyrants, we're warmongers. This is what I'm saying. I feel like it speaks for itself now. But yeah. If you ever wanna have fun in our crazy community, you are more than welcome to join. We'd be happy to have you. Or if you just want to chill and lurk the streams, that is a-okay too. Yeah, you guys don't really need a meme channel. We really don't. We really don't. That's the thing, right? Like, they've created their own memes. They've created their own insanity. We are the meme. You are the meme. It's very true, yeah. Like, if there are memes, I basically end up drawing them. I've had memes drawing these guys with giant explosions on multiple occasions. Because that's what it is. It's just constant explosions. I'm getting a little bit lazy with this flower field now, but it's supposed to be a study, not a commission. Basically the whole thing anyway is just constant. How did they do this? They must have had a bunch of different brushes. Or I mean, if this was traditional painting, then, you know, it would just be, it took forever. Like a Monet, right? Monet is probably in that same vein. It just took forever. That's all it was. It just took forever. Flower brush, maybe? Yeah, maybe. It's not really, like, it's not really clear as a brush, though. I mean, these are really abstract. I'm trying to do, like, just enough so that a low quality doesn't fully take away from the piece. Because if it's, like, if it's too rushed, if it's too different, then it's like, oh, well, now the rest of it doesn't look good. So it's like, I'm just trying to do just enough so that it fits in enough. Gotta be careful of Carpal doing this. That's my main issue right now. Is there anything that can make this go a little bit faster? Maybe this one? go. This isn't bad. Yeah. There we go. My community is gonna kill me if I end up getting carpal over trying to do a study. Enthusiastically supportive of Starlight, she once made vague allusions to raising money for new tablet, only to suffer cascading 404s. Yeah, that is true. We would only kill you with kindness. Well, maybe you would, but I don't know about Vesa. I don't think Vesa would. That's a joke. Yeah, I'm just saying, I just need to be careful, that's all. The tapping, the regular, like, all the texture stuff, that's what you have to be careful of when you're dealing with, like, carpal related things. Vesa would lecture you and then ask what to do to help. Yeah, that's true. That's accurate. Yeah, no, I'm just teasing. I know that you guys are very, very supportive. He would be very disappointed, though. I think it's fine. It's the act of stippling. It's just the act of stippling in general that you have to be careful of. Thank goodness I'm not like a, who's that artist? Chuck Close. Very, very talented artist, but my gosh, I could not do that level of detail. But hey, you know, in retrospect, this has been the easiest part. Because I'm not being super accurate, right? It's not really a great one-to-one here. And that's okay, because it's getting the idea. That's all we need, really, is the idea. And then I'll probably just add a little bit. Fill it in with orange, I think. I want to make sure I'm not also avoiding what's behind, which I think I have been, subconsciously. I spent all this time making it transparent. I might as well utilize that. Some darker areas here or there. And then I think I'll just very roughly do like see if I can do this without messing things up. Kind of trying to add a little bit. This is not, I needed something much more textured. There we go. And then a little bit of white to finish it off, I think. Frank Drosselia, near, hello, welcome in. Oh no, it's all good, it's all good. I normally was not planning to go to the salon anyway. I don't normally stream this late either, so if you ever want to stop by for future streams, we would be happy to have you. Don't worry, I don't normally stream this late. I do have archives though. I do keep VODs. This was a start to finish piece. So, yeah. Darkest Angel, hello, hello. Thank you. I appreciate that. You don't sleep? When did I say that? When did I say I don't sleep? I gotta sleep a little bit. It's has to sleep a little bit. I can't. I have to replenish the magic a little bit. Alright. I was not actually expecting for the background to turn out that decently. It's not a perfect one-to-one, but like, it's better than I thought it would be, to be honest. Let me throw in a quick noise filter. Just for the back, just to add a little bit extra. Just add a little bit extra here. It helps unify things a little bit more. Because this is a very, very textured background, so just a little bit helps. And then I'll add quick highlight here just to make it slightly more saturated than it was, just so it matches a little nicer. There we go. Oh, come on. Fine. I'll just go straight to the end. Soften the lines a little bit. And we'll soften the lines a little bit here. There we go. I'll just make this eye a tiny bit smaller. So it's... Alright. Make that just a little bit more fade. There we go. Alright. I think that's probably as good as I can get it. I think that's probably as good as I can get. I can do a little bit more on this chair. I can add just a tiny bit extra. Make this a little less dark feeling. There we go. Alright. Spot the difference. There you go. I'll save that. Thank you, Rainier. I appreciate that. Lots and lots of stippling. Goodness gracious. Definitely went longer than I thought we would, but I think it was worth it. I think this was a very, very useful study, and I think I definitely learned a lot. I'm worried that I missed some element, but I don't think so. I think I covered everything. I'm pretty sure that's everything. But yeah, thank you so much for hanging out with me today, guys. I really, really appreciate it. If you've not yet, like I said, I have a Safe for Work Discord. There's no meme channel, but there's a very lively community of crazy bunnies. So if you would like to know next time I go live, if you would like to know next time I post art on Twitter, if you would like to know my commission information, more about me as a VTuber, hanging out when I do like just chatting or gaming, you are more than welcome. This is going to be a series that I try to do maybe twice a week to start. We will see. Maybe it won't go this intense. Maybe it won't do a complete one-to-one like this, but today was a good day for a one-to-one. So yeah, definitely subscribe on YouTube if you haven't yet, follow on Twitch if you haven't yet, and I really, really appreciate you guys tuning in today. I was not expecting this many Arknights fans. I can't guarantee that I always will be painting Arknights, but this is an art style that I am hoping to develop over time, and it will be taking me a bit of time in general, so there's still a lot of this type of rendering if you're interested in that kind of thing. I know I was talking earlier about how I was doing a study of dino illustration in the past, and I did Rella with Hatsune Miku. It's all that very, very painterly work. So if you're interested in that, then I will hopefully be providing more of that. You're here for this study? There you go. Also, if you are an artist yourself, in the Discord there is a lot of art channels. I don't have self-promo, so like linking socials and everything, but if you ever want to post your work, absolutely feel free to. We've got work in progress channels, sketch channel, gallery channel, all that kind of stuff, and lots of art resources. I try to save a big collection of art resources where I can. So if that's something you're interested in, we would be happy to have you. But with that, thank you very much again, Stargazers. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day, evening, or night, wherever you may be in the world or the worlds beyond. And well, thank you so much, and all the best. I'll see you tomorrow.